of the accused.
Which report, ma'am, sir?
The injury report, the medical examination report of the accused.
Of the accused. Our difficulty.
Actually, I think Astha had given it last time, but
Yes, we have the case diary. It's part of the case diary.
We are not supply. Our difficulty.
Part of the case diary, they have it. It's part of the case diary.
Only a minute, Mr. Sibal, if you don't mind.
Just flag it for us and then.
Sure.
Only one thing. I did not know, my lord, that there is some report, my lord, because our difficulty was we entered on the 5th day. And thereafter, my lord, before that, my lord, whatever was collected by the local police, my lord, we were given. And our investigation starts, my lord, that is itself a challenge by itself, my lord, because the scene of offense is altered. Everything is, my lord, even the...
Everything is videographed. Nothing is altered. Everything is videographed.
Lord, without knowing anything, Mr.
Post-mortem is videographed.
Yes, rest is not videographed.
Crime is not videographed because the crime is.
The seizure memo is there, mother. Seizure memo is there.
9 o'clock, the crime is detected.
Seizure memo is there, mother.
Not the most shocking fact. I am not making this, Mr. Sibal is
that is also
combative mood.
Mother,
The most shocking fact. The FIR is registered after cremation at 11:45 night.
The investigation.
First, the parents are informed that she is not well by the deputy superintendent. When they reach, they say that she has committed a suicide. Thereafter, they say that it appears to be a death. Fortunately, the young doctors, the colleagues of this deceased girl, victim, they insisted that we want videography, we want this. This is suggestive that even they were suspecting some cover-up. So they were also trying their best.
Well, let's just see the medical examination.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Lord's the postmortem was done in the same hospital.
I don't.
So that may be.
Postmortem was also done in the same.
I don't want. This is entirely accusatory. I don't want to contradict my learned friend, but the record will show what happened.
Lord, one more fact, my lord, it may.
And we have a note on timeline, exactly what time, what happened.
Karuna.
3 copies.
There are people in this.
Yes.
In this, Asa?
It's there. What does we?
Page?
We'll mark the page. And mothers, also I have a timeline, mothers, as to each minute what happened.
Asa, can you just give us the page of the PMR? So we don't have to.
I can give PMR, my lord, I have postmortem. I have, my lord, handy.
You have the PMR?
Yes, sir. That is provided to us by that was by the local police, my lord. It was given to us. Just flag it.
We saw it yesterday.
This report, my lord.
Well, that's
Postmortem.
202 of our status report, mothers.
My lord, this has the flagging also, whatever your lordship would like to see.
But that can't change in any case. The postmortem is postmortem.
Yes.
Page 13 of the case diary.
Yes. And my lord, our status report also has it, page 202.
Okay. Lord, there is one more, if we don't. Lord, one more aspect, my lord, which is brought to my notice by one young lawyer, my lord, representing someone. I'll not, my lord, right now divulge the my lord, identity of the person, but he seems to have filed I have received, my lord, the director has received, and today the learned advocate gave me a copy. Just, my lord, the part which I have marked, I would not have troubled your lordships with this, but for the fact that the person who has, my lord, brought this has filed this complaint in 2023. So it can't be discarded, my lord, as something afterthought or some out of some personal.
What's a copy, please?
And the next page also.
I have a copy. It's a formal complaint. It will be public record. Right, right.
Complaint was made in 23. That's what he says. No, this is given to the director yesterday, but he mentions that the complaint which is mentioned there, the allegations were made by him. Can you see, my lord, annexure B? He made these allegations in 2023 in writing, addressed to many people, many officials. my lord.
Yeah, yes.
So Sibyl, there's one aspect which is extremely disturbing. GD entry in regard to the unnatural death is recorded at 10:10 in the morning,
That's correct.
right? So
Right.
at 10:10, the police station, in this case, the
Tala,
Yeah.
Tala PS,
Tala police station.
Tala PS is informed that 10:10 that there's an
Yes.
unnatural death.
Yes, yes.
Notwithstanding all this, the securing of the crime scene and the seizure and everything takes place at 11 o'clock, 11:30 in the night.
No, no, no. Well, that's why I've got timelines. Well, this is a bit
No, but-
unfortunate. I'll just give you the timeline. Exactly.
What were you doing up to
Well,
then?
kindly, I have given minute by minute what happened, Mullahs. We have a timeline prepared for your lordships, Mullahs.
Lord,
And it's backed by videography. It's not, Mullahs, something that we are saying.
Lord, can I be shared with the timeline? at
Yes, yes, we'll share it. I wish you had asked, shared what you passed on to the
We
court.
don't have to
But
ask,
doesn't
you have to
matter.
give it
But
to
doesn't
CBI.
matter. Doesn't
We
matter.
were on
I
the
don't have
ground.
to
we
request.
Take, my lords, could we?
You
be
are
shared with
bound to
timeline?
give
You should have
everything
given
to
it
the
yourself.
CJI. You have not given.
You should have given it yourself.
Lord, I believe.
Lord, I am getting Calcutta police. Ships have, Lord.
Mullahs, we have
As per records. Ah.
can't hear your lordship properly. Mullah.
As per the autopsy report,
Yes.
the autopsy was conducted in the evening hours of 9,
No, no. On 9th.
on 9,
On 9th.
9th
Yes.
August.
Yes.
Now, the GD entry
Yes.
of unnatural death case was recorded on 23:30 hours on 9th. That is 11:30. Now,
No, that's for the FIR. FIR. UD case was in the morning, Malaj.
But then
1:47
as
PM.
per the report submitted to us.
No, that's why I have the timeline, Malaj. It's better, your lordship. Kindly
Just
give it to my
listen
lord.
this.
23 is the FIR.
One second, allow me.
That is right.
The scene of crime, including inquest, seizures, and autopsy, were carried out mentioning the GD entry number 542 dated 9/8/2024. Now, this GD entry was made
And 861.
and it's case number 861.
Malaj, may I, with your lordship's permission, Malaj, allow me to place the timeline before your lordship, given minute by minute as to what happened. And Malaj, if there is, kindly hold on, just give it to my lord, please.
Mr. Sibal,
Yeah.
just tell us from your record, at what time the postmortem was performed?
Yes, I tell your lordship.
From your record?
Yes, yes.
That is, for the time being
6:10 to 7:10 PM.
in the evening,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
When you are taking the dead body
Yes,
for the purpose of performing postmortem,
yes.
is it a case of unnatural death or not? If it is not a case of unnatural death, why do you have to perform the postmortem? This
is a
part-
case.
Just, so that
Sorry.
you can respond to it.
Sorry.
There are so many questions.
Yes,
which
yes,
are
I'm, of
coming in
course.
our mind.
Right.
And we have the best of the assistance
Yes, yes.
in your form. When you start performing the postmortem, that means it is a case of unnatural death.
No doubt about it.
Postmortem starts at 18:10 hours.
Yes,
It comes to an end at 19:10 hours.
yes.
What was the idea in registering UD at 23:30 hours? And-
That's the FIR, Malaj. That's not the UD.
No, sir.
Malaj, I've just,
Just listen to
I'm
us.
sorry.
Either you are right
No.
or
No,
what
it was
was
FIR.
You
FIR
have
was.
to answer your lordship's question, Malaj, without interference, please.
Well, you can.
No. Just
Yes,
one
certainly,
clarification.
certainly.
The records reveal,
Yes,
subject to what you have to further point out to us.
correct.
UD case number 861 of 24 of police station Tala
Yes.
was registered at 23:30 hours. On 9th August 2024, V-Day GD entry number 576 and the FIR number 52 of 2024 was registered at 23:45 hours. Is this record correct?
Malaj, may I therefore point out to your lordship,
Yes.
just take the timeline. We have referred everything in
So
it.
according to your record, the UD was registered at what times?
1:45 PM.
1:45?
PM.
No, that's not true.
That 1:45 PM.
How do we reconcile the two records?
Malaj, I'll show that to your lordship.
Because we today have a report
Malaj, but that I'm saying, Malaj.
which indicates that this is the time. So therefore, it's very surprising. Postmortem precedes registration of UD.
No, Malaj, this is what I'm told, Malaj, and I can only
Is
respond.
someone responsible there to assist?
Yes, certainly, Malaj.
If any officer is present, you may
Yes.
speak to him and tell us. Because if this is the fact, then it is something very dangerous.
I agree with you. I agree entirely. Let me just, Malaj, the officer is here.
Please.
May I beg my lords to point out one thing?
One-
The
one-
Just a
postmortem
minute.
report-
Just a minute,
Just a
first,
minute,
let
please.
him assert it.
Unnatural death entry answer.
Tell him to make a responsible statement. He should not make a rash
Of
statement.
course not, Malaj. No
Tell
question.
him.
No question about it. Malaj, kindly see page 4 of the diary.
I thought this is.
What time is this?
Can I have a timeline, please?
Hold on. I've
No,
not
no,
even
you-
handed it to the.
You have not given. I have been requesting since.
I don't know why you are interfering, sir. I've not even given it to the court.
Just a minute, just a
You
minute.
have.
Allow
given.
me to answer the court, please.
There are 3, 4 questions. which
Yes,
we
Malaj,
would
we'll
like-
answer each one, Malaj. And we can't, Malaj, we have to make sure that what we say is right, Malaj. What time is this? Hmm. Yes. Mother, that, yes, kindly see, mother, now kindly see page 4 of what? Of the case diary. It'll give some indication as to what happened.
Thought,
Yes, it says, mother, that
UD case number 861 of 24 was registered at what hours?
1:45.
From where do you get this?
It mentions, mother,
From where do you get?
just trying to show. Make sure that. Date, देखो ना.
That's common, that's common.
Don't you be careful in reading the statement.
It's all right, as long as we get the correct answer,
Correct.
no problem.
Our reports are based on the case diary they have given to us.
Just a minute, Mr. Solicitor General. They are expected to reply to our question. Why it takes so much of time? Just show the time on the document, that's all. All that you need to do is refer to that document and tell us at what time UD, again I am repeating, 861 of 24 was registered.
Yes.
Has to be in the case diary. To show it, the UD case document is here. We can't possibly, my lord is asking. Hard copy
आपके
दो.
पास पे है
हर्ड कॉपी में
You'll don't do
नहीं
it.
नहीं
Is something,
Yes,
when we take up this matter on the next date,
yes,
keep a responsible police officer
yes,
present here
yes, absolutely.
who had done or who had carried out all this
Yes,
exercise.
certainly, we'll do that.
He should be able to tell us.
Yes, yes.
Till this point of time, we have not got the answer, what time it was registered.
No, my lord is right.
But what time is this?
No, the question is time.
Mr. Sibal,
Maharaj, kindly see, quite frankly, Maharaj, I'll have to construct this for your lordship. Maharaj. For example, I mean, page 2 of the case diary, the UD case, requisition of the magistrate for inquiry. Just, Maharaj, kindly see, requisition
Sharma,
for inquiry.
can you tell us at what time the inquest Panchnama was drawn?
Yes, we'll just tell you that. That also we have in timeline. 4:20 to 40 p.m.
4:20,
to
4:40 p.m. And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand that UD was registered after the inquest Panchnama, after the postmortem.
That was made before the judicial magistrate to carry out the inquest mentions
Mentions the UD.
But that's page number 2 of the case diary.
That's what we were going to point out.
Now, Mr. Solicitor General,
Yes,
has the CBI collected the record which is available to them?
yes,
They have collected it?
we have collected.
Is any officer present today?
Yes,
Who is it?
the Joint Director, CBI, my lord.
Ma'am, you have understood our question. Come to page 12 of your report which has been tendered today. Read para 10 in your mind, Page 12. Tell us, is this record correct? Is this correct?
Yes, sir. It's
Correct.
based on the documents given to us by the Kolkata.
Why are they showing us some different time? Which is the document they are referring to?
Sir,
Case diary.
Case diary, I have it with me.
Case diary.
this is based on the GD entries and the documents given to us by the
Correct.
Kolkata police.
But look at the time which you have stated.
It's there, sir, in the GD entries, sir.
Can you
I have
show
a
us?
copy of it.
Can you show us?
Yes, sir.
I'll, Xerox,
Xerox copies, yes.
I'll just mark and passing.
They are mentioning the GD of what happened in the entire day, Malaj. If your lordship that look at page 2, Malaj, page 2, it says the application made to the magistrate with the GD and where the UD entry is already mentioned.
You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure
Yeah.
which has been
Your
followed by your police,
Yes.
police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across
Yes.
in 30 years of my.
I know. Right. I appreciate it. But Manoj, the facts must be before your lordship's mind. That's the important thing, the real
The
fact.
first thing we want to confirm
Yes.
is it true that the UD case was registered at 23:30 hours and that the postmortem and everything preceded the registration of the UD?
No,
case?
no, Manoj.
We'll have to answer.
Yes, please, Manoj.
Second question to
Yes.
you,
But
Mr.
that's
Sibal.
the second question.
Who is this assistant superintendent non-medical? Who is this person?
Superintendent.
Is this assistant superintendent a male or a female?
I believe it's a female, but I just make sure. Female.
Her conduct is also very, very doubtful. Why did she act in this manner?
I can't possibly. Manoj, that's number 2.
It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, kindly pardon me, this is the one copy that we have. I have marked on the side flapping is on the right hand side, my lord. First page.
Well, I've got the entire sequence here. The entry 542 is at 10:10 a.m.
Manoj, I have if your lordship don't mind, Manoj, I mean,
No, I've got your documents. I'm looking at it from your documents.
yes,
GD entry, it says 542, 10:10 a.m.
yes,
Says received information over the telephone
yes,
from Ajikor MCH Police Outpost that a lady of PG trainee of so-and-so MCH was found lying in unconscious state at seminar room of chest medicine department of third floor of emergency building in half-naked condition. Accordingly informed so-and-so officer in charge and under his order,
yes,
leaving PS with lady police and force for causing inquiry. This is at 10:10 a.m.
correct.
Just allow me to intervene.
Now, one second.
The doctors are saying unconscious, though she was already dead.
1 second.
You
Now, this
don't
is-
need to
this
be a
is
doctor
1
to
second.
understand.
This is 542.
Yes.
Now, next is 576. Now,
Yes,
576 is extremely important. The PM examination over, the dead body of the deceased, the board verbally opined that the death of the deceased was due to the effect of manual strangulation associated with smothering, ante-mortem, and homicidal in nature.
Correct.
Also verbally opined that medical evidence of forceful penetration stroke insertion in her genitalia, possibility of sexual assault. They say possibility. Accordingly, PO has been cordoned under proper guard. Also, several witnesses were examined and the statement was recorded, consulted CCTV footages in and around the vicinity of the PO.
Yes.
One thing, therefore, which is very clear is that the cordoning off and the preservation of the crime scene takes place after the post-mortem report is conducted. This is what the GD entry itself says. So first, the PM takes place between 6 and 7 in the evening, after which they start cordoning off the crime scene. Now just go forward. Experts of SFL, WB, have visited the spot under their direction and able guidance. Incriminating articles and documents were received under videography in proper seizure list after observing all legal formalities by seizure list dated 9th August. Dog squad also arrived on the spot. On the basis of the prayer of investigating agency, learned judicial magistrate conducted inquest over the dead body of the deceased under videography after observing all legal formalities. Accordingly, PM examination was conducted by the Board of Autopsy Surgeons consisting of 3 members under videography over the dead body of the deceased and declared her dead body on 9th August at about 12:44 hours. Meanwhile, so-and-so homicide, officers of homicide section, women grievance cell, scientific wing so-and-so photography, it was learned that the door of the seminar room was in open condition. Then 576. On perusal, 1 blue-colored jeans, etc., found in incriminating articles were found on the mattress, beneath the mattress on the dais. Accordingly, some people were examined. We will not read out her name, which appears immediately thereafter. Accordingly, on-duty RMO of so-and-so examined. That one lady was lying on her back on a mattress kept on the wooden dais inside the said seminar room in unconscious and motionless condition. She was examined in presence of lady police personnel and found some injuries on her private parts and other parts of her body. Also found that she wore whatever. After return to PS under order of OC, and UD case has been registered. Vide Tala UD case number 9th August.
So this is, now it is
Now it's very
confirmed
clear.
that it was
No, no, no.
23:30 hours.
Page number 2, just see page number
No, but
2.
this is the case diary.
No, no,
It
Mercy,
shows
that's
that the
the case
UD
diary.
case is registered
Because no, that's.
after he returns to the police station.
I don't want to, Malas, contradict, Malas, kindly see page 2
Okay,
of the case diary.
these are their documents.
Yes, as given to us.
We'll part with you for 2
And
minutes.
after return to the police station, the seized articles were kept in Malkhana, white MK number 52 of.
Before that, your lordship may see the last page of this.
Would my lord,
Last but one.
may I pleading with your lordship, look at. page
Second
2,
last, my
Malas.
lord, after return to PS under order of
Okay, that we have seen.
UD case has been registered, my lord, that
Yes,
is at
sir.
2030.
Make us understand this. The circle portion, what is this?
Malas, when he comes back, he records the entire incident and then Malas repeats that. But
Oh, Mr. Sibal, oh, I'm sorry, we can't accept this explanation.
page 2 in the diary itself, Malas, kindly have a look at page 2 if you don't mind, Malas, please.
So what is this? He has recorded minutes? The entire day's proceedings?
He has to, Malas, he has.
Why has he mentioned this 32 hours, 30
Because
hours?
he's come back at that time, Malas. At the police station at that time, Malas. He therefore recorded it. Malas, there's a lot of,
Okay, now show us one document
yes, I'm showing. Malas.
prior to 23:30 hours,
Correct.
wherein we find this UD case number so-and-so.
Page 2, page 2.
Give it back to us, please.
I'm sorry, Malas. Page 2, Malas.
Of this
Page
compilation,
diary, yes,
page 2.
yes. The second last page, Malas, and there it is mentioned. Second last
Second last page of the case diary.
of the case diary. Page
It's
number
UD,
2.
not GD.
Case diary, my lord's page.
Case diary, page 2.
Case diary.
We have it in hard copy.
Yes, we give it to your lordship.
Let us see.
Let us give it to mine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the magistrate would happen in the afternoon, which
That
happens
is
in
after,
the
that is
afternoon.
much after.
And you will see the diary number, Malas, 861 of 24.
Reference,
861 of 24.
even the order of the magistrate.
Even the order of the magistrate thereafter, Malas, says that.
Plus page 4.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of.
No, page 4.
Yes, prima facie, prima
four,
facie it appears.
Before, Malas, before,
Prima facie it appears.
page 4, not
Let them,
inserted.
let them look into it. Let them look.
Ask for the report from the ACJM.
Just give it back to us. I'll share it with my lord.
My request is
and my
ask for the
brother.
report
Yes, my
from
lord,
the
and the
ACJM.
copy may be given to us, my lord. I do not know whether this copy we have or not.
The case diary.
That's okay, but
No,
give
no,
it,
no.
give one more copy. What objection can you have?
Report of the ACGM can come, Manoj. Before the ACGM, the application was made. No.
Lord, this page may be given to us. They may have given. Let another copy be
May
given.
I request your lordship, look at page 4 and ask for the report of the ACGM report.
No, I do not know what is shown. I must say.
Manoj, kindly see page, Manoj, I'm sorry, Manoj, I give. Manoj, it
No,
can't
the
be-
copy of print of this page may be given. my lord.
Just a minute.
That's the request.
Just give it back to me, please. Only you have a look at it.
We just look at it. Yeah, I understand. Yes, I know. Now, Manoj, your lordship suspicion is right. Now we read page 8.
From where? In this?
Yes, here. That's the inquest report. Give it back. This is the judicial magistrate, Manoj, who carry out the inquest, and see Manoj, UD case 861. Postmortem also mentions it. So, Manoj, these can't be inserted. And this is signed by the magistrate.
Here's this number.
They will have to look into.
Let them, Manoj. I also magistrate's, Manoj, order itself.
They'll have to look into.
My lord,
Yes,
I
please. There's no
would,
issue
my
on
lord,
that.
again request my learned friend to give me a copy of this. Even if it is given, let it be given afresh.
Give a copy after I have a soft copy. Give me soft.
We'll give you a
Please
copy.
have a
We have
printout
soft
and give it.
copy. So, Manoj, magistrate's order, Manoj, kindly see the magistrate's order. That's, Manoj, also part of the
CD.
CD.
Case diary.
I just give it to your lordship. Just give it to my lord. No, but I think.
The magistrate's order is not part of the case diary.
1 second, it will not, but I'm just saying. So
Yes.
it's not so. Kindly have a look, Manoj, the magistrate's order itself. My lord, Justice Padiwala, please, Manoj, I'm sorry. This is the magistrate's order. And it mentions the case number.
Documents are not with the CJI.
It's not given to us.
They
It's
are-
not a part of case diary. That's the simple answer.
Manoj, they are, and they are not producing them. They are. And I'm sorry to say, Manoj,
Just a second.
because an impression is being created, Manoj, that
we don't
contrary
have
to
it.
the record.
Ma'am,
He has a.
come to page 8 of your report. Roman 14, I'm sorry, Roman 17. Last three lines. Is this still pending?
17, top,
Yes.
para.
Last three lines. Is this still pending? Or the High Court has passed the necessary order and you have completed it?
Sir, it's still pending, sir.
Still pending.
It's to be conducted, yes, sir.
Oh.
Has the court passed it?
What
Not-
time?
Permission of the court, my lord, because that needs permission.
Yeah.
We are awaiting the permission of the court, my lord, because that needs permission.
And you should pursue it at the earliest.
We are doing.
There's something else we wish to point out, Madam. We're just checking something which will demonstrate, Madam. Yeah. I bring something else to your lordship's attention. Your lordships will allow me, my lords. May I just bring something else to your lordship's attention? That the seizure list at page 25 also has UD case 861. Postmortem has, seizure list has,
861.
page 25,
Case diary.
25 case diary. Inquest has everything, all documents have that.
Inquest, postmortem, seizure list.
Page 25 seizure list.
Case diary. PDF 157 of the case diary.
Yeah. This is at 8:30, your lordship notices, always before 11. So how can anybody, my lords, even contend? Yeah.
Inquest is at,
I'll substantiate that.
inquest is at 4:40.
And the inquest is at 4:40, my lords.
Also mentions.
And the original CD has also been given to them, Malad. Which bits? Unfair to. And the original CD was handed over to the CBI in the High Court, Malad. As soon as the transfer order came, Malad. Yes, yes, yes. Clock it after the post-mortem.
Victim shows what additional findings they have.
Only for a second. Just to remove this confusion, my lord, how this time comes.
Yeah, that's right. We've already shown documents before that. Malad, the original CD will contain everything.
I think they have registered GDE.
GDE,
What is GDE?
general diary entry.
It was a procedure for the UD case. Under
Only a
I'm sorry,
minute,
my
my lords. Just to create this, my lord.
Seen the case diary, we formed the, we can, we can form a view on
Just-
what the movement of the police officers was, who went, what time the body was first noticed, what time the body is brought, what time the inquest takes place,
Correct.
post-mortem, and then finally the FIR at 11:30 in the night.
No, even this UD case has 11 to 30. That's what I want to
No,
show.
no, no, that's not correct.
See, the UD case. the
Can your
UD
lordships
case,
just see this?
577 is recorded at 10:10 in the morning.
Yes,
Can your lordships just have a look at it?
yes, yes.
Can your lordships have a
Because
look
they
at
have this information in the CD, they have this
Mr.
information.
Sibal, please allow
What
me
is
now.
Mr. Sibal?
Please allow me.
Allow me what? You should have shown the CD, given the CD.
Lord, I don't
The
wish to
original
fight,
should have
my
been
lord. I
given
am-
in court.
In fact, this also matches with the FIR.
Lord,
FIR
there is a
says
confusion, my lord. Please allow
information
me.
received date 9th August 24, time 10:10 hours.
My lord, if your
DD
lordship
number
gives me 2 minutes, my lord.
Exactly.
My lord, I may be right, I may be wrong. Give me 2 minutes, my lord. Your lordships have, my lord, this 10-10, 10-10, my lord.
Yes, yes,
This is GDE called General Diary Entry.
right, at the
Correct.
police station.
At the first floor, yes, at the police station. Please, my lord, thereafter come to this, my lord. My lord, your lordship, I do not know the number of the compilation, but it is page 47 on the top.
Yes, 47 we got.
Correct?
This is the same.
Your lordship, please, Mr. Sibal,
Yes, continue.
there is
Mr.
always a courtesy to
Yeah,
each
just,
other.
Yes.
Lord,
This is exercise.
this is 576, 2330. Correct, my lord? Now read this, my lord. In reference to Tala PS General Diary entry number 542 of date, return to PS with so and so. Please ignore it and come to the next page. After return to PS under order of office something, an UD case has been registered with a Tala PS number so and so 861. So this UD case is registered, my lord. Earlier was GD entry. This is UD case at 2330 and at 2345 FIR is registered.
Well, see page 40, it just shows, Malad.
That's, my lord, how the chronology we have, my lord, presented.
Muddy the waters. It's all muddy the waters. That's what you're doing.
Lord,
Just see 42, just see 42.
42, my lord.
DD number 542, dated 10:10 a.m. Received information over the telephone from Ajikor Medical College Hospital Police Outpost that a lady of PG trainee of so-and-so
So and so was found lying in unconscious
exactly.
state at so and so medicine department of third floor of emergency building in so and so, according to informed sector 92 OC and under his order, leading PS with lady police. So this is, my lord, general diary entry. What is?
That is what DD is. That's
Lord,
what
somebody has lost the
That's
life.
according to the
Don't
rules.
at least laugh.
One second.
Don't
According
at
to
least
rules,
laugh.
Maharaj, that we follow,
A girl has
these
lost her
regulations we've
life
done in accordance.
in a most inhuman
That's
and
not-
undignified manner.
Maharaj, these are the rules and we have followed to the T, the rules
Yes,
of the.
I will show that
of
what rules are.
Unnatural death end.
My lord,
The Solicitor General, first a general diary entry is made. Thereafter, the police proceeds to the spot. with the case diaries.
Correct.
Case, general diary is kept in at the police station.
Which
Case
is
diary is carried to the spot.
Yes.
Now, the relevant part would be
Yes.
this part, which is a inquest report.
Yes,
This shows that the information regarding unnatural death was received and registered as case number 861 on 9/8/2024 at 10:10 hours.
That's correct.
Yes.
And this extract is the general diary which the police complete
we will
after the
examine
day
this
is
aspect
over.
and come back to you.
It carries various steps that have been carried out during the course of the day.
That's right.
So that
Lord,
is
and
what.
I can assure my learned friend, this is not an attempt to muddy the water, to remove the mud
have
from the
already
water,
muddied.
because we are dealing with a delicate situation. Somebody's dignity is
Oh, come
lost.
on, come on, we all know that. We are all, it's a tragic incident, it's barbaric, and we are on the same side.
Your side
But
was
let's
laughing.
not muddy the waters on.
Really
investigation.
unfortunate.
The only one point which we also see is that the UD, I'll read out the relevant part. This is at page 74. Accordingly, PO has been cordoned under proper guard. Also, several witnesses were examined and their statements were recorded. Consulted CCTV footages in and around the vicinity of the PO. After post-mortem and inquest, the dead body of the deceased has been handed over to her mother, so-and-so. After return to the police station, under order of officer in charge, so-and-so, and UD case has been registered by Tala PS UD case number 861, dated 9 August 2024. All concerned, including superiors, were informed. After return to the police station, the seized articles were kept in PS Malkhana by Malkhana number 52 in the presence of ASI and constable so-and-so. Now, and officer in charge was informed. So it appears that the initial report of an unnatural death was received and which was recorded in the GD at
Correct.
So
5:40.
not unnatural death,
Once.
unconscious body. The doctors are informing the police that there is an unconscious
Found
body.
lying in unconscious state. That is
Not
how,
you don't have to be a doctor to
That
know
is-
that it's not
that
unconscious
is at,
body, it's a
that is
dead
at
body.
10:10 a.m.
Yes.
GD 542.
This is from the outpost, Malaj.
Right.
This
The
information is
unnatural
from the
death,
outpost.
the unnatural death is
Received from police
recorded
is
by
outpost.
entry 861, after they return to the police station at night.
That is how we have
And
seen.
11:30 in the night, the FIR is registered. In the meantime, the body has been handed over to the mother for the purpose of.
And that too, the
Correct.
father insists for
And-
registration of the
Yes,
FIR.
absolutely.
The hospital does not register the FIR. Father has insisted and registered the FIR.
The father told us, you wait till I tell you, then
No,
only
no,
register.
No.
I will give a written complaint. That's what happened. At least tell us what's been happening in the investigation and trying to say that this happened at 11:45.
The family is here, madam. The date has.
Yes, appearing, my lord.
One clarification which we need.
Certainly, Malaj.
If the report of the police indicates that after return to the police station, GD 861 was recorded. In the meantime, the dead body had been handed over to the mother for cremation. If this does not square up with the fact that the inquest refers to GD 861. Inquest takes place. I have the inquest of the judicial magistrate.
Right,
Judicial magistrate says I conducted the inquest at 4:20 p.m. on the 9th of August.
correct.
That inquest report refers to GD 861.
Yes,
Now, if the police say that the GD 861 was recorded on return to the police station just before, obviously before the FIR is recorded
Yeah,
that
yeah.
night, how is it that an inquest at 4:20 refers to 861?
Lord,
This is
kindly,
just square
Lord,
up.
I do not know what,
I'm
how
sorry.
it will
This is
turn.
just recording.
It
This
says
is just
UD
recording.
1861,
just
not
an expression, Malaj, it's just recording.
It says UD
Ask
861.
the ACJM, Malaj, ask
Not-
the ACJM. He was there. Ask the ACJM, Malaj. Everything is on record. The memo says 861. Postmortem says 861. And Malaj, the real thing is the investigation. Why are we moving away? What has happened in the investigation?
My lord,
Do you have?
my lord, my friends may share the timelines with us.
Do you have the postmortem report? Yes, just pass it on.
I'm sorry, Malad.
Postmortem.
Postmortem, yeah.
Lord, the state says father,
Three, Malad. Page
father
1-3.
did not permit registration of FIR. The father's counsel is there.
Page 1-3, Malad. Page 13
And he-
of the case diary.
So the state will wait for the father.
Page 13 of the case diary.
In this PM note, is there a reference of 861 somewhere? Top, please.
At the top, my lords.
Where?
First line, my lords, reference.
Yes,
to the
yes,
PM.
okay.
Right on top.
Right on top. It's there, it's there. UD case number.
Appears then that at the time when the PMR was when the postmortem was conducted, UD 861 had already been there.
That's right, that's right. There's no doubt about it, Malad.
The inquest
Malad,
number is also
people are
there.
using some language, some expressions, Malad. Bengali speaking people are, Malad, using some expressions in English.
No, no, there is no Bengali.
Only-
They are now.
The record will show.
No, why does the IO then say that after I returned to the police station in the night, I recorded?
Because he has to record, because he has to record what has happened all this while. That's the point.
PMR,
He is
in the
recording
P-
minutes of the
Exactly.
meeting, my lord.
But the
The
investigation.
point is, we are more concerned about the investigation, what has happened in the last
Exactly,
1
that's
week. At
what
least
is
tell the
leading
court
up.
that.
in the.
He's right.
there
They
is
were
one
more
I-
concerned about
He
the
may inform the
investigation,
court.
which is emerging now.
Lordship, the PMR talks about 151 mg of semen. It is never in mg.
No, it is not.
in ml.
It is the way.
It is in.
So please, come on now. This is the
Let's not-
problem that.
We are in the
Let's
very
not-
incipient
let-
stage, but don't confuse this.
Yeah.
Don't use social media to make arguments in the court.
I'm grateful, my lord, for that. I'm grateful.
We have specifically now
Yeah.
the PMR before us, and we know what that 151 refers to.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's not use, what we read on
What is
social
happening.
media and then make legal arguments on that basis. That's
Malad,
what
No,
I
I
have to clarify.
Malad, I have a
As
very.
of
Malad, Malad, 1 second. Now, Malad, your lordships asked me that you will give me a chance, Malad, after this is over. I have a very serious issue at hand, Malad, and I want to hand over an affidavit to you. Just please give it. And I'll hand over that affidavit also to the solicitor, but only to him. So let's just give it. Just go through this affidavit, please.
They're only giving.
Only to him.
Yes, yes, I'll give it.
Well, just read through this, see what's going to happen. Para 5 onwards, page 2, Malad. These are collateral events, Malad. They are bound to happen.
This is again on social media, my lord, something on.
No, not
I-
social media. We've
with
got the
social-
original.
my lord, state filing an affidavit based on social media.
Just let the court please read it. And para 8 is also important.
Check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
Just reading it. Now, Malad, this is.
There are
Hold on,
occurrences
hold on.
both
Allow
sides,
me,
Malad.
allow me.
Let's not go into it.
1 second. Malad, this is exceptionally serious because they've planned it for 27th. Now, Malad, if any protest is to be done, they must tell us which route. They must tell us
Who should
what.
tell us?
Please.
You tell yourself.
Malad,
I mean,
normal
police will have to
procedure
come to
must
know
be
about
followed,
it.
must be followed. And Malad, what they do is they carry flags. Malad, they take off the flag, it becomes a stick. There's an SOP, there is a standard operating procedure which has to be followed, Mullas. Because what will happen, Mullas, as your lordship sees, Mullas, the whole purpose is now it's collateral events that are happening. It's unrelated to what, Mullas, the real issue is. And we've got photographs, Mullas.
I
36
support
onwards,
Mr.
we've got
Sibal. No
photographs as to
vandalism
what
should be
really happened.
permitted by the
There's
police.
all this running away from the police. We've actually got photographs. This is all completely wrong. The status report
doctors
we
are
have given.
saying, Malad,
So
we are
I
not
will want your lordships to go through that status report and pass an order that this can't be done, Malad, and there must be a standard operating procedure which has to be followed.
We'd like to see, we'll come back after lunch, we just want to see your status.
Yes, Malad.
We just-
Obliged. I'm
My
deeply
Lord,
obliged.
Lord, may I
Right now.
just
Deeply obliged.
say,
Come back and see yours, because we've
Lord-
examined CBI's status.
Yes, now your
report.
lordship
It's our
make
duty
them.
to
my
examine.
Lord,
time-
may I just say to my friends, CISF is still not there. No, it's not there. I've got photographs of today morning. I have photographs.
Just take instructions. That's
Malad,
CIS has
I
arrived at this
received an
point.
intimation in writing that they have gone, they have visited in along with the Kolkata police and to decide where to post whom. Malad, one thing is to be decided. Kolkata police says that the security should be in the hospital, but we feel that it should be more in the hostel because they
Mr. Subal,
Yeah, no problems, Malad.
we might be just late by 10 minutes or so.
No problem.
Make it
No.
15, so you all of you
Deeply
also know
obliged.
you have.
Deeply obliged.
Grateful, my Lord.
So, solicitor, we'll come back at you.
right.
Original case diary, Malad, sir.
check, check. Check, check. Check, mic check.
क्या कर रहे हो आप? क्या दिया तुमने? आधी फाइल करना है।
This All India Judges matter, my lords have directed today the appearance of the chief secretaries on 27th. My lord, I appear for the state of Tamil Nadu. The state of Tamil Nadu has issued GO, has made budgetary allocation, and in compliance affidavit has requested for 6 weeks time to actually disburse in the account. The chief secretary has recently joined on 19th of this month as chief secretary. Lord, permit us to appear online, my lord, if
But you have issued a GO. Has disbursement been completed?
within 6 weeks, the compliance affidavit says 2 advances have been disbursed. There were 21 advances which budgetary allocations have also been made.
What is the position here in Tamil Nadu?
This connection is stated as in terms of directions of this honorable court so and so have been revised by the state government and arrears have to be paid. Therefore, it is respectfully submitted that to calculate the arrears due to revision and allowances and sanction of new allowances and credit in their account 2 more times is asked. 2 more months they have asked for time.
I spoke 6 weeks. We will.
2 more months is what they
6
asked.
weeks is what my Lord, I am told by Chief Secretary that 6 weeks we will completely, because the claims, certain claims have to be made by the officers, not by us. Ultimately,
You complete the exercise in 4 weeks. At the most, we might give you 4 weeks, right? Come here, we'll hear all the chief secretaries, who are here. We don't want to now start making an exception. In the morning, we have not made any exception. Yes.
online, my lord.
No, not online. They are supposed to remain present here. That's our order. Why are you shy?
No, my lord, I am not shy.
Whatever statement they want to make, let them appear here before us and they'll make a statement.
My lord, we filed the
Sorry,
affidavit. The
in
Chief
the
Secretary.
morning, a similar request was made.
We have not allowed that to
Honorable
anybody.
Chief Justice has declined. So no exception for you. Ask them to remain present.
Item 7 is the matter of the twins, where Kara was to respond. Adoptions have already taken place and Kara was to give the NOC. So 16th, your lordship heard it for 26th. Kara has not responded.
It's on board today. If it doesn't reach today, because of this, we'll take it up early
I'll
next
wait
week.
for my turn.
Otherwise, we'll take it early next week if you want.
No, my lord, I'll
We
wait.
can take it up on Tuesday.
My
We
lord,
can,
whatever your lordship.
we'll take it up on Wednesday. We can take it up.
This is the
The aunt has adopted both the children.
The position is that I will explore the options under the UK adoption system. They say you get a non-convention adoption order. Kara has to give a non-convention adoption order.
Okay, that's fair enough, but we'll take it up on Wednesday, so that Tuesdays. Oh yeah, we have a CB on Wednesday, so Tuesday we'll take it up.
Tuesday.
Well, may I make a small,
List if possible, I'm so sorry.
no, it's okay.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yes.
May I make a small request, Melody? Would my lords allow us to airdrop the material?
All right.
Well, yes, a soft copy, airdrop, soft copy of this. It's much clearer, Melody, than that. That's all. Please airdrop it. And in the meantime, just Melody, so that some misgivings, Melody, may be cleared.
Their official records, was possible to be shared, please share it.
No, it's a status report, no? This you can share.
Regulations.
Yeah, please. But I just wanted to mention to your lordships, through a notification issued in the Gazette in 2018, Malads, by an order of the Commissioner of Police, we are required to follow these guidelines, which are set out, unnatural deaths and injuries. And we have followed these guidelines to the T. So it's not something that we have departed, Malads, from the standard procedure. It's the regulation of 68, Malads. Immediately on receipt of information of a death occurring in any of the circumstances, first information report shall be drawn up in West Bengal form such and such. The information shall be recorded in the same manner as a first information of a cognizable crime. That's how the unnatural death is registered. And it shall be put up for subdivisional, who shall record his orders. And then it goes on, Mullahs. So we follow this to the T.
Except that this doesn't justify registration of your FIR at 11:30 at night.
But everything started earlier. All the investigation was done.
Body was recovered in soon after 9:30.
But Mullahs, all the investigation was done in accordance with law, Mullahs. There's no as far as delay in the investigation. The procedure is the same, Mullahs. We have not, Mullahs.
Procedure and other things is a separate issue, but the point really
I
does
understand.
remain that what is the reason? I mean, now we've already highlighted that. We needn't go over it all over again. What is the reason why the FIR is lodged almost 14 hours after the discovery of.
Because we asked the parents, he says, we'll give a formal complaint, my lord. That's all on the record.
Second, further investigation is also required.
One counsel is here.
Please, if you don't mind.
Parents counsel.
Sir,
He's waving his hands.
1 second, if you don't mind.
He's waving his hands.
Second, most important, what is
No,
the
it's
role
not
of
an
the
issue
principal?
that the parents
What
would have
is-
requested
what is the
them
role
to
of the
delay the
principal? Why
FIR.
he was the principal of the college. He should have come straight away to the college and directed the filing of the FIR. Who was he in touch with? What was his? What were his connections?
That's
with
for him,
that?
my lord, to
That's-
decide why he didn't do it. But I'm just telling your lordship that as far as we are concerned, we follow this procedure, be that as it may, my lord. Now,
the moment he tenders a resignation, he is appointed as a principal of another college.
we'll respond to that separately, my lord.
What is the purpose? I mean,
Yes,
there
yes,
is a person-
I appreciate that part of it, my lord.
A lot of.
We appreciate that part of
We
it.
still investigated by the. By the
Now, of course, Mullards, each of us, Mullards, who are appearing for the state have now got Swiss bank accounts which are doing the rounds, Mullards, because we are appearing for the state. That's all that's happening now, Mullards, outside. And we are, instead of.
Initially, that switchback account came, my lord, from your client, present client.
Anyway, we don't have to really go into all this. We have to.
Let's not,
What we will
again,
do is
you know,
this.
instead
Mr.
of
Sibal,
concentrating on the investigation, you're concentrating on the state
what
of
we
West
will do is
Bengal.
this. CBI submitted its status report to us of the investigation. You have also submitted a status report of the investigation. We will have a look at your, report. We'll take it on the record. Let the investigation continue. There are two different things. CBI in respect of the actual death, and insofar as you are concerned, the vandalization which takes place the day after. So,
And the future protest, Mullards, your lordships have to protect us for that. That future protest.
Protest?
How can
Protecting the state?
How can we protect the state?
No, your lordships may, Mullards, SO, the standard operating procedure must follow. We will designate area, they can hold the protest, they can go there.
So why do we have to do all that? Your district magistrate.
Yeah, your lordships will only say, Mullards, because your lordships have said no peaceful protests should be interfered with, Mullards. Now, if they don't follow the standard operating procedure, don't tell us what the leader is. Mullards, what will happen is what your lordships have seen.
We have not for a moment said that the requisite provisions of law should not be complied.
That's fine. That should be clarified, that's all.
The only thing is that what we meant was that stop arresting people who are.
Yes, absolutely. Your lordship may just clarify that.
My lord, an additional small clarification.
We have never said that irrespective of the normal procedures for conducting
That's what is
protests.
being done, Mullards. That's why I saw those audio clips, Mullards.
Right now, we will just say this. A status report has been submitted by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Likewise, a status report has been submitted on behalf of the police of the state of the investigation.
Kolkata police.
By the
Kolkata police.
By the Kolkata police. On behalf of the Kolkata police. Full stop. As already noted earlier, the investigation into the circumstances relating to the death of the postgraduate student at RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital is being conducted by the CBI. Full stop. The Kolkata police is looking into the investigation following the vandalization of the hospital after the protests of the after the protests at the site.
No, it was vandalism, not protest.
After the protests at the site.
Yes. Vandalism after the protest. Yes.
Full stop. Next. From the material which has been produced before the court, it appears that a request for conducting the polygraph test has been submitted. Test of the accused has been submitted to the ACJM Sialda, which is stated to be under process. Full stop. The ACJM Sialda shall pass orders on the application no later than by 5 p.m. on 23 August 2024. Full stop. During the course of the hearing, a number of counsel have appeared on behalf of diverse stakeholders, including the associations representing the resident doctors. Full stop.
And other doctors, my lord.
Resident doctors and other doctors. Full stop. The Yeah, among others, among others. Full stop. The, the council who have intervened in these proceedings, together with the parties for whom they have intervened, are set out below. Colon, ये पूरा statement ले लीजिए. In the previous order of this court, while constituting a national task force, this court had specifically clarified that the NTF should engage with diverse stakeholders. Full stop. Consequently, we hope and trust that the NTF shall hear the representatives of diverse stakeholders, so as to enable it to have inputs from all those who are likely to be affected by the process which has been initiated by this court, and who have a vital stake in maintaining safety and well-being of the doctors and other medical professionals in their workplace, in their workplaces.
One second, go ahead, say something.
In their workplaces.
I'll give it.
We have not said no. We have said all stakeholders. During the course, during the course of the hearing, Learned Council have placed some additional suggestions which may be taken into account by the committee, including bracket 1, the installation of distress call systems, the institutionalization of distress call systems, semicolon, bracket 2, regulation of duty hours, comma, and 3, the lodgement of the constitution of a compensation distress fund. Next, the above suggestions would, it is needless to note, be considered by the National Task Force, whose remit has been couched in broad terms by this court. Stop. It is undoubted that the views of diverse stakeholders would be taken into account by the task force before its final recommendations are made. Full stop. To facilitate the filing of suggestions before the National Task Force, we direct the Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Union Government to open a specific portal on the website of the ministry, on which associations, or as the case may be, different stakeholders can submit their suggestions for consideration before the committee. Full stop. Mr. Kapil Sibal, Learned Counsel appearing on behalf of the State of West Bengal, the Kolkata Police, submits that this court may clarify, submits that while this court has permitted peaceful protests, the order should not be misconstrued to mean that the authorities are precluded from exercising the regulatory powers in accordance with law. This court has not injuncted the state from exercising such lawful powers as are entrusted in terms of the law. However, we categorically reaffirm that peaceful protests shall not be disturbed, nor shall peaceful protests shall not be disturbed or disrupted, and the state shall not take any action against those who are protesting against who are peacefully protesting.
That's correct.
Against the incident which took place at Rajikot Medical College.
Just
maybe
please,
one more
hold on. Allow me. Whether your lordships may take my affidavit on record. Yeah, take on record. And Malas, two things. We have filed the status report, but the pen drive is not being taken, which has the videos. Malas, that pen drive may be taken on record.
My lords, with
They are
regard.
in extras.
One thing.
One second.
Should we keep it after a week for the next status report to be filed before us? Because we just like to.
That's fine, Malas. But the pen drive may be taken because they are the annexures, Malas. Yes, deeply obliged.
My lords,
Just give
with
it with
regard.
the pen drive.
Karuna, this is.
Malas, and also, let me finish. Let me-
We'll finish the.
Protest in advance of the new order.
Where?
Well, let me just finish this. Well, my timeline was on the events.
My lord, only one request I have to make.
1 second, hold on, please. Let me make my.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Well, the timelines. What master, just take that.
My lord,
One
the
second.
request
So
is
the
this.
timeline.
Lord, request is this, my lord.
In view of the fact that this court has taken measures to ensure the institutionalization of the concerns of the medical professions in terms of the previous order dated so and so, it is only to be expected that the doctors would now return to work. Full stop. Pending the submission of the report to the National Tax Task Force, all state governments and union territories shall ensure that wherever the need arises in terms of the exigencies of work, the state shall be alert to any apprehended violations of a breach of apprehension violations or breach of safety in medical establishments within that.
My lords, doctors are with the court on that. My lords, backlash we can be protected against.
Timeline of events as they happen. Well,
Lord, can the timeline at least be shared with us?
We'll give
Give a copy to the.
Yes.
But this can never be secret. my lord.
What? Nothing.
Of
course not. Nothing.
Also give the or your status report.
Yeah.
Well, that can be shared with the CBI.
Of course, it can be. I
Status
remain confident.
Investigation is pending, Malal. How can the status report be shared? That cannot.
But one aspect may be considered.
Yes, his status report is not shared.
Sir, the CISF has been deployed at.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
एक और वो भी लिख लीजिए. The Solicitor General states that in compliance with the orders of this court, the CISF has been deployed at RG Khabar Medical College and Hospital so as to ensure the safety of
Just one small submission.
all other medical professionals.
My lords had said in the morning an additional line, my lords, with regard to protecting our doctors from backlash. They will, of course, rejoin. But my lords, and they have never suspended emergency services. But my lords, there is a concern, already a backlash.
Ms. Nandi, there's no question of only doing emergency services. In a place like, say, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, people take appointments 2 years in advance. If doctors are not available on duty for a day, that means that person loses a slot which was booked 2 years in advance.
Absolutely, my lords. And during lunch, we spoke to our doctors, and this is what has been said, and this is what has absolutely been agreed to. My lords, just the backlash, though, there is the health department and the medical council, we are being told that the action is being taken against our doctors. These are under control of the West Bengal government who are protesting, the protesting doctors. In addition, private and public
what you do
harassment is happening from the
keeping it
police.
next week.
Yes, my lords.
Once the doctors get back to work,
Yes.
please come back to us and tell us.
Lordships, may I just point out?
Come back, my lords.
Lordship,
Lordships, there is an
Can I record
order.
this in the order?
An apprehension has been expressed on behalf of the doctors, stating that that they are likely to be, or some of them are already being proceeded against.
Not to interrupt, in Delhi, there is FIR registered against us.
Right,
Already.
for the protests which took place in the past. Full stop. We are expecting compliance with the assurance which is now given to the court that the doctors would join normal duties. Full stop. In the meantime, if any adverse action has been taken against any protesting doctor for protests which have been carried out prior to the date of this order, no coercive steps shall be taken on the basis of any action.
Lordship,
So
there is an
Lordship,
order of,
one
there is
concern,
an order
Lordship.
of a college in Ujjain where my learned
But
friend
nothing hereafter, because now after
Not-
this order, everybody must
This-
start.
Yes, ma'am.
doctors have been told
Threatened for contempt.
not even to go on a token strike. My learned friend wants.
I just received a.
I'll tell you one thing, get back to work now if any doctor is proceeded against for a protest which took place in the past, we have already said no coercive action will be taken.
This is for the future, actually. We are
Right.
saying that we cannot go for the token
But
protest as well.
no, but future now you must come back to duty.
No, the problem is
Can
that
we
if we,
say,
if
can we say as judges that we'll stand outside the Supreme Court? No,
Yes,
because
we seek permission from the
justice and medicine can't go on strike.
Yes.
Everybody has to come back.
to the proper measure, it should be done.
Lordship,
I'm
another
that's for the
aspect.
contempt.
Mullah, just
Another aspect.
one second.
Look, first, establish before us next time that everybody has come back to work. Once we are satisfied that everybody has come back to work, please rest assured, we'll make sure that no adverse action is taken. What happened in the past.
Mullah, the other
one
thing is,
aspect
your
of-
lordships have taken now the status report on record and a separate affidavit on record. Now, Mullah, the only thing is, and this is a request from everybody, that Mullah's normalcy should try and be, Mullah, the people should not take advantage of the situation. Normalcy should return, Mullah, and we are investigating.
Stop
in
vandalism.
their hands now.
Normal.
Responsible is in their hands now, the
If
investigation.
vandalism is stopped,
These
everything will
kind
be
of
normal.
statements,
Therefore, we have requested the doctors to come back to work.
yeah, no statements,
Now,
Mullah,
the
that are being made of the
investigation is
nature.
going on.
Lordship.
The investigation is going on. We are assessing the status reports which are being filed in the course of the investigation. I think now, for the family, there's no question of normalcy because the family is deeply affected.
Correct.
But insofar as the community is concerned, including the community of doctors, we have to return back to our
Absolutely.
duty.
And the statements and the,
Lord, just
the
one
statements
sentence.
made of the
Just one
nature that we have placed before you.
I appear for the
But
Resident Doctors
only a
Association
minute,
of.
my lord, let this not, my lord. Lord, we are not against, my lord, and nobody should make any statement.
That's correct.
We have a statement of a sitting minister of the state of West Bengal
Lord.
saying that, no, not all, that's something very serious, that if anybody talks anything against our leader,
There
he
is- take its
started by
course.
saying,
Yes.
step
The
back.
law will take its course and we are ensuring that the law does take its course after a quick and efficient
Deeply
investigation.
obliged, deeply obliged.
Second, we are also concerned about the welfare and safety of doctors for the future. We want to institutionalize this.
That's right.
Yes.
We are not just going to lay down guidelines. We are going to pass an enforceable direction that the recommendations of the task force will be implemented by the state governments or by hospitals under the
Deeply
authority of the union government.
Lordship,
Lord,
there is
by
a
my
possibility of.
interruption, I prevented a political dialogue by giving this instance.
Mine is not, but just 10 seconds. We are grateful, I appear for the Resident Doctors Association of AIIMS Delhi. We are grateful, Lordship's taken so much. What has happened is, we've taken a peaceful protest. I registered, I get the General Secretary of the association. Now, as it is, emotions are running high. The office bearers are sensible. They're trying their best to convince the large body to get back to work. Now, these kind of FIRs, etc., sets back the process. Just tell them
Why
to hold
don't
their
you
hands,
do this?
Delhi police.
Why don't you do this? Ask the doctors at AIIMS Delhi also to get back to work. Insofar as the FIR and other things are concerned, we are seized of it. When we are seized of it, nothing is going to happen.
We registered yesterday, my lord, General Secretary accused
Now
in the
tell us
FIR.
one thing, since when have you been abstaining from duties? Tell us, how long is it back?
From the time the incident, for last 7 days, 7 days.
So the incident
Nine.
took place on the 9th.
Yes, my lord.
Right? Today we are now on the 22nd. Imagine 13 days doctors from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences don't go to work.
Absolutely. As an officer of the court, as lawyers, we've been talking to them after your lordship's taken so much cognizance. We've told them.
Democracy does not mean indiscipline.
I understand, but these FIRs aggravate.
To work.
Lordship understands the 1,500 doctors, office bearers are sensible. They are trying.
Tell the doctors
Yes.
that once they get back to work, we'll put it to the director. The director is a member of our task force.
Yes, madam.
We put it to the director that all right, and we'll tell the police who are here before us. Nobody wants to pursue the doctors,
Yes, that's
right?
But what happens is,
Eventually they have to get back to work. That's it.
let them just hold their hands till the lordship is. FIR registered for a peaceful protest and after the last order, my lord.
But therefore, we have just said that no coercive steps will be
Yes.
taken, that we have already protected the doctors.
Yes,
But
I
only
understand.
now if they don't get back to work,
I understand. I completely will convey the sentiment.
May I just say, your lordships,
One submission, Lordship. One
Well,
submission.
they-
Lordship.
Nobody should say acid bombs will be used, this should be done, bullets will be fired. It's all wrong, Mullah.
well, God knows you have these kind of elements everywhere on all sides of the spectrum.
Exactly.
Now tell us, we don't know who has said that.
We've got the clips.
You have given that to us, but
Yes,
what is the idea?
and the leader of the opposition has done this.
My lord,
Leader of
I
the
am also
opposition.
getting, my lord, many things.
Quay home, there's a protective order. We can't lodge an FIR.
Responsible way of not placing it before the
Yes.
court.
Therefore,
It
we
is
have
to be
said
ignored,
that when we
not
said
to be
that
highlighted.
peaceful protesters will not be disturbed,
Yeah.
that is equally subject to compliance with the
Yes,
other requirements.
deeply.
with
Lordship,
intimation to the district magistrate.
Lordship, may I say one thing, Lordship? Lordship, because of two investigating agencies are investigating, the vandalism is being investigated by the police and other side is investigated by the CBI. Lordship, there is an apprehension that conflict will be there. Lordship, because vandalism.
Don't worry about it. We are here to resolve any
Consider
conflict.
that
What
aspect
we are on
also
the next
while assessing, Lordship, because it's good.
Media trial also must be banned. Media spreading rumors, it is insulting the victim, my lord. Kindly stop.
We've already passed that order.
It is alleged.
CBI may not.
One more thing, if you stop filing all those publicity interest litigations that I come every day before this court, I think the media trial will stop. Constantly filing some PIL or the other before us. All right, we'll see.
Lordship, may I just finally say that this hearing has provided a healing touch to the doctors. The doctors who
Yes.
felt they had nobody to vent their grievance with. Your Lordships have heard it so patiently, and there's a sense of satisfaction among the doctors that they felt that they now feel that they've finally been heard. So we would just like
Yes,
to thank your Lordships.
we
for this.
thank.
Saprajita, we have also said that today that the doctors would be heard by the committee. So
Yes,
Lord,
we
I must tell you,
clarified that. as
Lord,
well.
I must tell you, Lordship, Lord, when
Change, my lords. We are
Mr. Karan, Mr. Karan,
your lordship.
Lord, when the Secretary, Lord, Health,
Yes.
Director General of Health Services came, they also shared this concern with that doctors are exposed to patients and patients' relatives, and their temper is also going high because doctors have their own duties, their own compulsions. The patients would expect something. So there is always a friction kind of a situation. So doctors are kind of more vulnerable. But this has really given a healing touch and an assurance coming from the highest court of the country that the highest court of the nation is looking after their interest.
Well, in this
Okay,
company,
really
thank you, Mr. Zirla. Mr. Dr. Rajiv Joshi, I think, is on the line.
Yes, Dr. Rajiv Joshi from Medical Legal Society of India, sir.
Yes.
I represent a body of doctors which has got 70 lawyers and 120 members, doctors who have done LLB. So this is the association which has worked research for 5 years about the problems of violence against doctors. And you'll be surprised to know that you have mentioned there are 7 acts of 7 states. Actually, there are 21 states have different acts for violence against doctors.
Yes.
So that is first part. Second part is, in spite of having these acts, vandalism and the violence against doctors does not decrease because there is no deterrence. You can understand my statement that out of 1,381 accused people in Maharashtra from 2015 to 2020, only 4 have been convicted and rest have been given go by because of certain laws which help the doctors to help the accused to get away. Now that problem is to be sorted out by the legislation. And what we seek from your honor is the protection of law and not only the protection, physical protection that is being offered by your order, which has been given in detail on the day before yesterday. So what we would like to inform you is that Minister of Health and Family Welfare had drafted a legislation at 2019, and that was rejected by Home Department that this legislation cannot be done because of certain reasons, whatever may the reasons be. After that, when there was epidemic, rather pandemic, the Home Minister assured IMA that they will form a central legislation. But only thing that they did was they amended the Epidemic Diseases Act, and it is now as the epidemic has gone by, the act has the truth of the act has gone by. So what I want to tell you is, out of these, I have filed a public interest litigation in Bombay High Court, and in 2020 we filed a public interest litigation. And as you formed a committee of various doctors, the Bombay High Court Chief Justice formed a committee of people from Maharashtra state, and the committee had 3 meetings, and the meetings have been concluded in a statement which says that the Maharashtra 2010 Act has to be amended. Now, I will read the statement of the Honorable Advocate General of Maharashtra State, which is reproduced in the order of the court, and you will realize what is happening about it. We have further, the court says that we have further been informed in the course of hearing today that the appropriate authority of the government has discussions with the petitioner, and a draft of amendments required to be incorporated in the Maharashtra Medicare Services Act has been prepared. However, Mr. Kumbhakoni submits that he has himself pursued the draft and found that the same to be clumsy. He therefore submits that the government ought to be given liberty to considering whether to introduce a new legislation or to amend the act for which he has time. This order of the court is dated 13th of July 2021, Your Honor. More than 3 years and 1 month has passed after this order. But Maharashtra state government has not done anything about the report of the committee. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that the recommendations that your national task force will give will have to be implemented on the ground. The other statement which I would like to make is we had filed intervention application in Kerala Private Hospital Association versus State of Kerala. And in this case, on the court, Kerala High Court,
Your Dr. Joshi, your PIL is pending before the Bombay High Court, but we're not leaving it at that. Once the report is submitted by the task force, as you rightly said, the next step would be the implementation of the recommendation.
Now, please hear me out for 2 more minutes, Your Honor.
You can assist us at that stage on what steps should be taken to implement the report of the task force. We require
that is one part. Second part, I'll give you
what's happening in Maharashtra, Kerala, because that's not really going to carry this matter any further.
Please give me 2 more minutes. We filed the application Kerala High Court, and the Kerala High Court passed an order of golden hour of filing FIR. Your Honor, please give me 1 more minute. The Kerala High Court passed an order of 1 golden hour for filing FIR, which is similar to golden hour doctors use to treat patients of stroke or cardiac arrest, so that the patient doesn't die or come with permanent disability. Now, this FIR was to be filed within 1 hour, and I have filed 5 instances of this order being disrespected by the police. And the Kerala High Court has taken cognizance of our applications, and they have asked the commissioners of police to file affidavits or superintendent of police to file affidavits, after which the violence in Kerala has come down by 75 to 80%. Subsequently, we'll be aware of the brutal murder of Dr. Vandana Das, who was stabbed 11 times in chest in early morning. And on that day, the High Court of Kerala asked the government what we are going to do about the act. And within 7 days,
you can assist us after the report comes in. These are important issues on implementation, which we'll look at later on. Let the report first come, and we'll then see. We'll require your assistance, and we'll be happy to have your assistance on what steps should be taken to including your suggestion on the golden hour for
Your Honor, Advocate Sneha Kalita has got copy of my submission. Kindly permit her to submit that document with her.
Request, but thereafter there are 2 holidays. 30th is Friday, 31st is Saturday, and Monday is 2nd. It will be on 3rd, my lord. Subject to
Your Lordship, there's only one.
Your Lordship, kindly take the note.
Yes, you can prepare us a note, Dr. Joshi.
Your Lordship, there's only one suggestion, Your Lordship.
The special bench on the 3rd. Can you have it earlier, please? There's a special bench on the 3rd. Or later, either earlier or later.
Mr. Sybil, come on the 3rd. We can adjust the time between both of you. There's no difficulty.
No, but there's a special bench that is listed, matters are listed for 3 days.
Because then 4th, I don't know how we will be paid.
No, but 5th, my lord, can it be 5th?
We'll take it.
5th is all right.
5th,
all right. What is that? Original case diary be returned to us.
Another request, my lord.
Photocopy of the original.
Lord, another, my lord, the status report may be sealed again, my lord, and retain in your lordship.
Status report to be
Same for us.
CBI state.
And same for, yes, officer.
That's right, that's right.
Your Lordship, there is one suggestion, last suggestion.
Same for us, they've seen this.
Mandatory filing of institutional FIR by the institution within 2 hours of the cognizance of the office. Your
For the last 6
Yes, Your
minutes, you
Lordship.
were
3
making that
minutes.
point.
Yes, Your Lordship. That's
We'll issue directions even on
Your
that.
Honor,
deeply obliged. Your
Well, there's one submission which is important at this stage, my lords, which was, I'll just take 20 seconds. Well, as I'm appearing for the National Federation of Resident Doctors of AIIMS and the Federation of All India Medical Association, my lords, they have got letters from different resident doctor associations have written letters to them that we are ready to join. However, if some degree of interim protection, some basic degree of interim protection by the time the recommendation of the NTF has been implemented, which includes only the CCTV footage at the entrance and the exit of the hospitals and the hostels, and also a distress call facility. They are requesting for this interim protection, my lords, because they are petrified after this horrific incident which has happened. And
Well, the government has already implemented this. West Bengal has already implemented this.
On behalf.
2 days back, we've implemented it as far as West Bengal is concerned.
Panic button.
In fact, I
Mr. Solicitor, what we'll do is this, apropos the submission which has come, can you ask the ministry to engage with the state health departments in the next week before we take up the matter? And we'll issue some directions on what in the meantime, what are the steps which the state governments can take in the meantime pending the report of the.
What I would suggest, apropos what is in furtherance, the health secretary can have a meeting with the chief secretary and the director general of police instead of health secretary of the state, and convey that you take care of this apprehension. This apprehension appears to be justifiable apprehension, because law and order would be a state subject. We can only accelerate or we can assist.
During the course of the hearing, counsel representing several resident doctors associations have indicated to the court that the doctors are willing to go back to work without any condition. However, it has been submitted that, don't say without any condition, are willing to go back to work and their duties. However, it has been submitted that the state governments may take a considered view on putting into place at least some safety measures to assuage the concerns of the doctors. Full stop. In order to enable this exercise, full stop, we consider the submission to be, the suggestion to be fair. Full stop. In order to facilitate this, we direct that the Secretary and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Union Government shall engage with the Chief Secretaries and the Directors General of Police so as to find, so as to evolve, so as to ensure that the state governments, stroke UTs, put into place certain basic minimum requirements pending the receipt of the report of the task force to assuage the concerns of the doctors over their safety at the workplace.
Lord, if I'm presenting my
With your lordship permission.
The exercise of holding the meeting should be completed within a period of 1 week so that the state governments may take remedial action, remedial and appropriate action, given the exigencies of the situation within a period of 2 weeks thereafter.
In fact, we have made that order on 9.
With your lordship permission.
Followed, we'll share it with them. We made that order to protect.
With your lordship permission, I just would like to add that in some of the hospitals and in private hospitals too, there is not adequate security staff. And even the security staff.
Will have to employ.
Your lordship, may just submit one thing.
I'll tell you one thing.
Please.
When you talk of private hospitals, if you go to a place.
No, your lordship, I'm just.
From nursing homes.
No, your lordship.
Large hospitals, you have them across the spectrum.
Your lordship, I'm just.
We start telling the government to provide
Your
security at
lordship,
every nurse home.
An amount of money they charge.
Your lordship,
Employ, my lord,
your lordship,
Ordinary citizens will have no security.
employ, your lordship, they are not having.
And public hospitals stand on a different.
Your lordship, I just submit one thing.
Large falls, the large number of doctors, sprawling workspaces.
Your lordship, my submission is not that.
Some help, reduce the security for some important.
Your lordship, that in some of the hospital, your lordship, there is not adequate security, and security staff which they deploy, they don't make proper verification. They just employ anybody and then.
Ma'am,
that
it will
is
be very difficult for this God to monitor such at a minute level.
Therefore, we have a body of expert doctors who will tell us what to do, A, about the public hospitals, about the smaller hospitals.
That's correct.
Now, obviously, the burden can't be shared for both equally by the state. The state has an obligation insofar as public hospitals are concerned. Insofar as private hospitals are concerned, some alternate mechanisms can be put into place. That's why we had a suggestion of distress call mechanisms, so that you have an immediate access to a local authority should there be any problem or which is apprehended. So these are particularly things, therefore, the committee which we have appointed consists of doctors drawn from private hospitals and from the public sector. The idea is therefore to allow them to evolve something which is practicable. us merely issuing a general direction will not make any, I mean, you have to have resources, you have to have
Task
manpower.
force may-
So
can
let's
give
therefore wait
that-
for the report of the task force and then we can see how to best implement it. But we are not going to merely lay it down with, be content with guidelines. We are then thereafter going to take up the report and then issue certain directions on that basis.
My lords, with regard to the SIT notification that I had handed over, we will place documents on record demonstrating which we have obtained through RTIs and then seek directions on the 5th. Grateful.
Grateful to your lordship.
बिल्कुल सही समय पर छक्का मारा इसने। क्या हुआ? अरे मुंह को लटका है तेरा, जीत तो रहे हैं।
अरे छोड़ो क्रिकेट, इधर खतरे में है फसल का विकेट। चबाने वाली कीटों की टीम ने खेत पे हल्ला बोल दिया है, एक से निपटो तो दूसरा आ जाए।
देखो, इन्हें हराने के लिए तुम्हें चाहिए एक शक्तिशाली ऑलराउंडर जो एक साथ कई चबाने वाले कीटों का सफाया करे, लंबे समय तक राहत दे और फसल की रक्षा करे। फसल होगी बम्पर जब संग हो ऑलराउंडर।
ऑलराउंडर?
हाँ, बायर का वायगो।
विभिन्न फसलों के विभिन्न चबाने वाले कीटों का प्रभावशाली नियंत्रण, बायर का वायगो। फसल होगी बम्पर जब संग हो ऑलराउंडर।
Justice Chandrachud, I want to start by asking you straight up about the challenges India's judiciary faces. At this moment, if you look at the number of pending cases in this country, there are about 4.32 crore total pending cases. 69,000 of them in the Supreme Court, a backlog of about 59 lakh across 25 high courts. Could you start by telling us, all of those who are watching you here at the India Today conclave, watching live on TV and on social media, about your broad vision to transform, modernize India's judiciary? Let's start from there. Justice Chandrachud.
Well, it's true that we have a large backlog of cases, but another way of looking at it is, I think it's reflective of the faith of the people in coming to court in the first place. Which is not to justify the backlog. We should be discharging the faith of the people by being more efficient and by reducing the backlog. But that's just an indicator of the kind of faith people have. It also shows that there is a dearth of adequate infrastructure in the judiciary. Our judge to population ratio is not commensurate with what it should be in a country like ours. That's another problem. The third problem, of course, is the lack of infrastructure in the district judiciary. But now coming to your question about my vision, I think what we need to do is completely modernize the Indian judiciary. Our model for judicial administration has been based on the colonial model which we inherited from the British, which is that people have to access justice. It's also reflected in the design of our buildings, these grand colonial buildings, which were intended to sort of create a sense of fear and awe about the court in the minds of people. And I think that colonial model now has to give way, because justice, to my mind, is not just a sovereign function, which it is, but justice is also an essential service which we provide to our citizens. And part of my mission of dealing with where we should be in the next 50 or 75 years is to transform the Indian judiciary with the use of technology. We saw that in the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic was unanticipated, possibly unexpected as well. We couldn't have shut down the doors of courts. We had to keep our courts open because you have to answer the need of citizens who seek bail. Their personal liberties are at stake, their lives are at stake, their careers are at stake. So we launched a whole system of video conferencing. And if you'd like me to share the data which I have with me, the kind of work which we did on the video conferencing platform in the pandemic is unprecedented in any part of the world. So my vision now is that now that hopefully COVID is behind us, or almost behind us, as we would like to, because we all lived in a sense of optimism, we now need to look at technology beyond COVID. And we need to modernize the Indian judiciary. We've already taken a large number of initiatives towards having a more transparent, a more open judiciary. We are live streaming the proceedings in at least some of the most important constitution bench cases. Opening up the court's processes to citizens by live streaming them is part of my mission, because it enables citizens to understand what goes on in the court. Many citizens would actually turn up feeling that so much of the work which is done in the court is so very boring. But there is a great message which we would like to send to our citizens, because the smallest case which comes to us commands the same degree of attention as maybe some of the seminal constitutional cases which we do.
How's the experience with live streaming been so far? One of the things we saw in Parliament with our netas is that the moment the cameras are on, the grandstanding goes up. Are you concerned, Chief Justice, that as more and more cases are live streamed, you'll start seeing lawyers being more filmy and more theatrical in their arguments before you?
Well, in a lighter vein, you always have some professionals who would be given to grandstanding, right? Whether you have a camera in front of them or otherwise, it's not going to make a difference. But I have a sense of optimism, at least my experience thus far. All technology has the good part and the flip side. So likewise, live streaming also has the more difficult part of it. For instance, I'll give you the flip side as well. Very often we are dealing with very sensitive cases involving, say, marital privacy or gender assault or sexual violence against minors. Should you have live streaming in such cases? Obviously not. But therefore, we have the ability to now enable the judge in charge to stop live streaming where you feel that the sensitivities of the case far outweigh the public interest in a transparent court proceeding. Some lawyers would grandstand, some private litigants, some litigants in person may do that. But then we must always look at the benefits as well to be gained when you make an overall assessment in a holistic perspective.
You've spoken in public about your desire to Indianize the Indian judiciary. Do you want to explain what you mean by that, to make justice more available to Indian citizens in Indian languages? How do you go about Indianizing the judicial system?
I think the first point where we have to start Indianizing the judiciary is in terms of the language of discourse. The language of discourse is not just English in our district courts. For instance, when evidence is given in a murder trial in Maharashtra, the witness would be speaking in Marathi. When a witness deposes in a murder trial in Uttar Pradesh, the witness deposes in Hindi. But the language of discourse in our higher courts, the high courts, and in the Supreme Court is English. Now, that may be a part of our colonial inheritance. It's also because, English is the language in which we have the greatest felicity in terms of our statutes, the judgments. But if we have to truly reach out to citizens, we have to reach out to them in languages which they understand. And we've already started that mission. Just to give you an idea, there are about 34,000 judgments of the Supreme Court from 1950 until date. These 34,000 judgments were available in an official reporter called the Supreme Court Report. So if a private citizen had to access these judgments, you have to subscribe to a private software provider. They are doing excellent work, no doubt about it. But how many young lawyers or citizens across the country can pay 30,000 or 50,000 rupees a year by way of subscription for these kind of reports? So the first thing which I did when I took charge on the 9th of November last year was to digitize all the 34,000 judgments. We have a free judgment text portal. We have a search engine so that these judgments can now be searched by a citizen in the country or, for that matter, a citizen across the world, anybody across the world. But we haven't stopped at that. We are now using artificial intelligence and machine learning for the translation of these judgments. We have used a module which has been prepared by a very distinguished professor at IIT Madras. And we are now translating all the judgments of the Supreme Court in every Indian language which is recognized by the Constitution. And by doing so, we want to reach out to citizens in the language which they follow. Just last week when we were hearing the Constitution bench hearings, in one of the very sensitive issues which is before the court, and we have reserved judgment now, we have live transcripts of proceedings. So when the lawyer is arguing, we have simultaneously a transcript which is relayed on the screen in the form of a complete text. So then the court becomes a court of record. This also increases the sense of accountability because citizens then know what is argued. As judges, we are accountable also because we are then responsible for dealing with all the arguments which are made before us. The accountability is, I think, on the part of us as a judicial institution as well.
One of the biggest questions, Justice Chandrachud, facing the Indian judiciary at this moment is the manner in which judges are appointed. We've seen a lot of public backlash from the government of the day, asking for changes in the collegium system, which the law minister and others in government believe is not transparent, should be more open, shouldn't be like a judges' club. Could you spell out what you think is right and wrong with the collegium system and the manner in which we appoint our judges to the high courts and the Supreme Court?
Well, as a Chief Justice of India, I have to take the system as it is given to us today, which is that the collegium system is the prevalent system for appointing judges. Yes, there have been demands for greater transparency, but I must tell you how we work. For instance, if we are making appointments to the Supreme Court of India, the Chief Justice and the 4 senior-most judges, I have actually 5 because my successor, Chief Justice of India, was not otherwise a part of the collegium, so mine is a collegium of 6 judges. We look at the judgments which have been delivered, say, in the last 3 years by the judges of the High Court. And the parameters which we apply for the selection of judges are well defined. First, we look at merit. We look at the professional competence of the judge. We constantly analyze judgments of the High Court judges when they come up in appeal before us. On an average, we are dealing with about 200 cases every week. So those are judgments of the High Courts which are coming up before us. So we assess those judgments. But in the collegium, we all read the same judgments at the same time. So we circulate the judgments of the High Court judges who are in the zone of consideration. Apart from merit, the second important consideration which we go by is seniority. Because after all, this is a service. It's a service. Judges of the High Court are elevated to the Supreme Court. Third important point which we emphasize, that's the need for a broader sense of inclusion. Inclusion in terms of gender, inclusion in terms of the marginalized communities, persons belonging to the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes who must have an equal opportunity to aspire for higher judicial and constitutional offices. Apart from the need for including more gender, having a more gender-inclusive judiciary and the marginalized, we also want to bring more minorities into the court. But that is not at the cost of sacrificing merit. Each one of our colleagues who is chosen because she was a woman is as competent as any of her counterparts, the male judges. Likewise for the minorities or for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, they're as competent as any other judges we have chosen in the recent past. The next important factor which we consider is the need to have a broader sense of dispersal of judicial office throughout the country. It shouldn't be that judicial office in the Supreme Court is confined to only 1 or 2 or 3 high courts. So to the extent that it is possible, we try and ensure that we give adequate representation to different segments, different high courts, different states, different regions in the country when we are making appointments to the Supreme Court. We also consult judges who have rooted through that high court and who are judges of the Supreme Courts. For instance, my parent high court was the High Court of Judicature at Bombay. I was Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court for 3 years. So when a judge from Bombay has to be appointed, I'm consulted. If I have to be appointing a judge from the Allahabad High Court, of course, now I'm the Chief Justice, but when I was a puisne judge, I would be consulted for making, and judges give extremely transparent and clear opinions on what they feel. In the High Courts, it's even broader because the High Courts are looking at lawyers who are fit for appointment, and there are 2 sources of recruitment to the High Court, the district judiciary, and the whole track record of the district judiciary is maintained on paper. You have the annual confidential reports. You have a whole dossier on each judge, which is developed as they progress through the service. When lawyers are to be appointed, the same procedure is followed, and there is an equal involvement of various stakeholders in the system. For instance, once the High Court Collegium makes its recommendation, the file is processed at 2 levels. It comes to the Supreme Court, the Government of India, and the Government of the state, so that the Chief Minister of the state, the Governor of the state responds to the appointment which is recommended by the High Court Collegium. At the same time, the file is processed by the Intelligence Bureau to see if there are any adverse intelligence inputs. The file is then, it goes to the Union Government in the Ministry of Law and Justice. The Department of Justice sends the file to us with its annotations. We then consult our judges, after which the file is sent back to the government, then goes on to the Prime Minister's office and then to the President of India.
The Supreme Court gave an order recently which said that going forward, election commissioners and the Chief Election Commissioner would be appointed in a panel which includes the Prime Minister the Chief Justice and a leader of the opposition. So it's not just the government picking the next EC. That is a fantastic idea. Many in government said, but that's also reason why judges should be appointed by people other than just judges. How do you look at all the pressure that's coming your way, saying that the collegium system is not transparent, that this needs to be opened up in a way that judges aren't judging judges, that other people can weigh in, as is the case in many countries internationally?
Right. Now, we have adopted a model. We have a career judiciary. Unlike, say, the United States, where a politician can become, a Secretary of State can theoretically, and you have had Secretaries of State who have become Chief Justice of the US Supreme Court. We don't follow that model. We follow a model of career judges coming to to either the High Court from the district judiciary, or career judges from the High Courts coming to the Supreme Court. We, of course, have members of the bar as well coming directly to the Supreme Court as to the High Courts. Since you did mention the issue of transparency, let me emphasize two facets. There's a transparency which operates at two levels. Transparency of the process of appointment and transparency in the terms of the choices that you make when you're appointing people. The process has to be completely transparent. And that is why in recent times, we have been putting out onto the internet, onto our website, the collegium resolutions. And those resolutions tell society at large, our citizens, what are the parameters we have applied in the selection of judges. Let them judge, let them critique us. I'm not saying that any system is perfect, but this is the best that we have developed. And the object of this system, why was this collegium system divine? It was devised for the simple reason that the independence of the judiciary is a cardinal value. And you have to insulate the judiciary from outside influences if the judiciary has to truly be independent. That is the underlying feature of the collegium. That's the underlying purpose of the collegium. But our processes are becoming now transparent. We have defined what the parameters are. We put our resolutions on the website so that people know whom we have selected, why we have selected them, what are the yardsticks that we have applied. Apart from the processes, and this is the most sensitive aspect which I must share with you because a lot of people perhaps wouldn't know about this. When we consider names for appointment as judges of the High Court or of the Supreme Court, we are also dealing with people's lives, particularly in the High Courts. Very often the people whose names are under consideration, we look at diverse set of aspects pertaining to their personal lives, their professional lives, their personal lives insofar as they are relevant to the discharge of judicial duties. I have no cause about somebody's personal life if it has no connection with their judicial duties. But when we deal with these very personal, intimate, sometimes very, very intimate and private aspects of people's lives, we have to be conscious of the fact that you can't, in the process of selection, open up every aspect of their lives to society at large. The consequence will be that good people will then say, sorry, I'm not willing to put my personal life on trial in this particular way. So if you have to have good people, you must also trust your decision makers to make those choices.
Law Minister Kiran Rijiju was at the conclave this morning, and he was quite upset with the manner in which the Supreme Court had chosen to make public the government's reasons behind withholding permission for somebody to become judge, saying that this is between the government and the judiciary. This should not be made public. There are matters which should be kept private. He didn't like the fact that you were starting to make these public.
Well, let me join issue with the Law Minister. He has a perception, I have a perception, and there's bound to be a difference in perceptions. And what's wrong about having a difference in perceptions? Sometimes there's a difference, but we have to deal with differences in perception even within the judiciary. I dare say there are differences in perception even within government. But we all deal with it with a sense of robust constitutional statesmanship. So first and foremost, I don't want to join issue with the Law Minister for his perception. I respect his perception, and I'm sure that he has a great deal of respect for ours as well. The reason why we put this on the website is in pursuance of the desire of the present collegium to meet the criticism that we lack transparency. and a genuine belief that opening up our processes will foster greater confidence in our citizens about the work which we do. Now, the candidate that you are referring to, every aspect that was mentioned in the report of the Intelligence Bureau was in the public domain and is in the public domain. The candidate in question is open about his sexual orientation. So when the IB flagged something, we were not really opening up IB's sources of information. What could be the danger? Let me argue against myself. Someone might say that if you put an intelligence report out in the public domain, you might be compromising the sources of information of the Intelligence Bureau on issues of national security. Somebody's life may be in danger. This was not a case like that. The IB report dwelt on the sexual orientation of an openly gay candidate for prospective judgeship. So this was known. It's known to the entire profession. It's been widely reported in the media. All that we said was, while putting it out on the public domain, that the sexual orientation of a candidate has nothing to do with the ability or the constitutional entitlement of that candidate to assume a high constitutional office of a high court judge. That's all that we said. There's nothing more than that.
You spoke, Chief Justice, of the independence of the judiciary. So let me ask you straight up that question, which I'm sure is uppermost in the minds of most people who are sitting here. As Chief Justice, how independent do you think India's judiciary really is? Do you, as Chief Justice, feel you are under pressure when you're giving judgments?
I must tell you this. When you talk of pressure, there are various kinds of pressure. Let me make it very, very clear. I've been a judge now. By the end of this month, I'll be a judge for 23 years. I'm the longest serving judge in the Indian judiciary. Justice Bobde, Justice Khanvilkar and I, we were appointed on the same day.
Your father was the longest serving Chief Justice.
Chief Justice. In my 23 years as a judge of the High Court, as the Chief Justice of the High Court, and as a judge of the Supreme Court, no one, and I hope you will trust me when I say this, no one has told me to decide a case in a particular way. No one. We are so clear in the principles which we follow. I wouldn't even talk to a colleague who is presiding over a case and ask them what's going on in that particular case. We have a cup of coffee every morning, but there are some lines which we draw for ourselves. In the High Courts, we hear appeals against decisions of colleagues because a decision of a single judge in the High Court goes to a division bench of 2 judges. We are sharing lunch, and I'm hearing an appeal against that colleague's judgment. We never share the fact that I'm sitting in judgment over that judge's judgment. That's part of our training. So there's no question if by pressure you meant a sense of pressure from the executive, from the political arm of government, absolutely no. And I hope I'm speaking for the rest of the system as well. But when you talk of pressure in the sense of pressure on the conscience, pressure on your mind, pressure on your intellect, yes, of course, I'll be a hypocrite if I say that, the cases which come up before us don't give rise to a sense of doubt, a sense of searching for the correct solution. Because particularly in the Supreme Court, you have cases which don't command of one particular solution. It's not, 1 + 1 is equal to 2. There's more than one solution to a case which can emerge. And you know that what you are deciding today has wider ramifications for society, not just today, but for the future. So a lot of work that we do in the court is based on how we envision our society should be in the future. And when you are deciding something as crucial as the path which our society should take for the future, obviously the judges are going to be in a sense of introspection, a sense of reflection. I don't think I would call that pressure, but just the search for the truth and the search for the correct solution.
नहीं, ये सवाल अहम है, इसलिए मैं एक बार आपसे फिर से ये सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि देश भर में जो लोग इस वक्त आपको देख रहे हैं, उनके जहन में कहीं ना कहीं ये सवाल होगा कि क्या भारत के सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजेस पे दबाव रहता है, सीधे तौर पे सरकार से दबाव रहता है कोई ना कोई फैसला देने के लिए। इस सवाल पर बतौर चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ आपकी क्या राय?
मैं कहता हूँ दबाव का सवाल ही नहीं होता। आपने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले इलेक्शन कमीशन के निर्णय का जिक्र किया, यदि दबाव होता तो क्या ये निर्णय आ जाता? The election commission judgment is one judgment. I can give you judgment after judgment which we deliver with such routine, in such routine manner, which never makes the headlines in the newspapers, because these are not big ticket judgments affecting, some political arm or some political issue. The largest litigant in India today is the state, and most of our judgments deal with involvement of the state and its instrumentalities. And we are holding against the state, I'm not just saying government, but against the state, in such a large number of issues, whether it's crime, whether it's pensions, whether it's somebody's employment, whether it's somebody's insurance policy. And I don't think that even the government in that sense, and let me be very candid about it, that there is a certain robust nature of our own democracy which we must have trust in. We are now living in an age, because of social media, where we have grown increasingly distrustful of public institutions. But we must also understand that over the last 70 years, our democracy has developed very clear and defining lines of the separation between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And I do believe that there is absolutely no issue. We are constantly holding government to account. Courts are speaking truth to power. And I don't think governments are also concerned about it, so long as they know their field of demarcation and we know ours. And we know which is the line which separates, say, policy from law, politics from law. Obviously, in some cases, the line is not as easy to define as it would appear in a textbook. But we have to do that exercise, however difficult that exercise is.
You've answered this question so expressly. I think that warrants a round of applause, please. I want to ask you next about the quality of judges coming into the Supreme Court and the High Courts at this moment. You spoke of social media. As a consequence of Twitter, Facebook, there's now a lot of trolling. We've heard some oral observations about it. Do you, Chief Justice, follow social media? Are you seeing what is being said about you on Twitter, for example, where everybody seems to have an opinion, everybody seems to know, everybody seems to think they know more than the Chief Justice?
I don't know if this is a confession, but I don't follow Twitter. Just for the reason that I think, it's important for us not to be affected by the cacophony of extreme views which you sometimes find on Twitter. But which is, I have a view on Twitter as well. And I think that, social media is a product of the times, not just a product of technology, but a product of our times. Say 20 or 30 years ago, when you had, say, 3 or 4 mainstream newspapers reporting from the Supreme Court, you had the beat reporters, say, sitting in the Supreme Court, and they'll pick out an odd case to report. Social media has changed all that. There's live tweeting of every word that is said in the court. Now, that puts an enormous amount of burden on us as well. In our courts, much of the argument which takes place is a dialogue between the bar and the bench. It's not just an address where one lawyer will speak, the judges will keep quiet, the other lawyer will speak, the judges will keep quiet, at the end of it, announce your verdict. That's not the way it is. It's a conversation. It's so typical of our culture. We interrupt each other, we joke, we have serious arguments, there's a little bit of camaraderie even between opponents, so on and so forth. Now, what happens really is this, that what is expressed in a court during the course of a hearing is not the expression of the ultimate view which a judge is going to take. Suppose you are arguing before me, or a lawyer is arguing before me. There are 2 types of judges. One, and I've appeared before both, I don't know which category I belong to. One type of judges consists of those who play the devil's advocate. Whoever is arguing will get the stick, in the sense the judge will try and find deficiencies in the argument. The other kind of judges are judges who will stretch an argument to its logical conclusion. So if you are making a point, the judge will stretch your argument and test the limits of the point which you are making. So you have 2 different personalities, judges who play the devil's advocates and a judge who will stretch your argument. He will take your argument to its logical conclusion. The lawyer feels very nice about it as well. Now, what happens as a result of social media is that when there is an expression of opinion by the judge, the public seems to believe that this is the way the judge is going to ultimately decide, which is far from the truth. A case is not decided until the last word in the case is said. And I know of so many cases where I have really changed my view, probably at the last minute of the argument, because something very seminal was said at the end of the argument. That's what an open court hearing is all about. And lawyers always tell us this in court, that we are fearful of judges who keep their mouth shut. Because if a judge is quiet in a hearing and doesn't tell you how they believe or what they feel about a case, you don't know which way the judge's mind is working. It's only when the judge is open that you can answer the judge's doubts. But social media sometimes doesn't follow that, or citizens don't follow that. And I don't blame them, because everybody is not conversant with the processes of the court. So what is the answer? The answer is not to have a more closed system, but to have a more open system, so that people really truly understand the nature of the judicial process.
You said you're off Twitter. Do you watch TV? Do you watch television debates? One guy take on another. Does public opinion impact, to what extent, your thinking and ultimately your judgments?
Yes, bits and pieces. But speaking for myself, I try and read as broadly as possible, because one of the flip sides about being a judge is the sense of isolation which it breeds. Now, the isolation which we have is possibly the reason why we are independent. We don't mix around too much. Our friends are pretty much friends we made years and years ago. But that's also a problem, because your sources of information, your sources of knowledge are therefore confined to what you can absorb. So what I try and do is to read as broadly as possible, as diversely as possible, to try and get a broad cross-section of viewpoints on what is happening in society. Having said that, when a case opens up for hearing, you have to tell yourself that all that you have gathered from outside the four corners of the pleadings in the case has to be kept out, and you will decide the case on the basis of the record before you. That's really part of your training as a judge, which you acquire over the years. It's also of confronting your own biases. We're all human beings. So it would be hypocritical again to say that we don't have our own views, our own ideas about various issues of life. But then you have to confront your own self when you are judging and tell yourself that, well, I'm not going to allow my own personal preferences to affect the outcome of this case. My own lifestyle, my own values, what I learned from my professors, what I learned from my family. So you need to be, in that sense, very careful that while you judge others, you're not judgmental of others. And I think that's very important, because it's so easy in the office which we occupy.
When you're judging others, don't be judgmental. I think there are lots of pearls of wisdom flowing all through this conversation. I want to draw you out on your sense of the quality of judges entering the system at this moment. Your father was the longest serving Chief Justice of India. You've had the longest term in a very long time. Your sons are practicing lawyers. Do you see them entering the judiciary? Would you like them to be part of the judicial system? What's your message to young lawyers practicing out there who are concerned about whether it's worth their while to spend the rest of their lives or the rest of their working lives being a part of India's judiciary?
Well, I'll answer your question at two levels. Am I concerned about the quality of judges? When I became a judge, or perhaps even before that, when you were asked to become a judge, it was a matter of honor. Nobody said no. Now, increasingly, you find young lawyers whom you ask to become judges of the High Court coming and saying, I'm so thankful to you, Chief Justice, but this is not for me. There may be a variety of reasons, not all of it dealing with the emoluments of judges, because I feel that, whatever you pay a judge, it can never compare with what a lawyer makes. And the reason why you become a judge is not certainly because of, the perks of the office. That's the least important part of the office. You become a judge out of the mission to do good to others. And there's an enormous amount of good which you can do to society, to others, by being a judge. So I always tell young people two things. If you don't accept judgeship today, then you will get the judges you deserve. They don't complain, 10 years down the line on the quality of judges. You have to have good young people enter the profession and accept accept judgeship. And honestly, I have no cause to be, to say anything adversely about the service conditions of judges. I'm very happy with what I have. And if you're not happy with what you have, there's no limit to human greed and to human aspirations. I believe our service conditions are extremely good, but they can be improved upon, certainly, as inflation catches up. I wouldn't answer the latter part of your question about my own sons. It's a choice for them to make.
Well, no, of course, it's a choice for them to make. I don't know to what extent they listen to their father. That's not the point. The question is, would you like them, either of them or both of them, to become judges?
You know, I'll tell you, my answer is very simple, and I've had this conversation with them. Now that I've been in the system for 23 years as a judge, and I was a lawyer for over 20 years, I find that there is a great amount of good which you can do in society, whether you're a lawyer or whether you're a judge. It depends upon what path you chart out for yourself. Do you want to be a lawyer, one of those lawyers who will only, earn more money and more money and more money? Or do you also want to be a lawyer who will also appear for just social causes, appear for people who don't have access to resources, appear for that convict who has been, languishing in jail for 20 years without an early remission? So it depends on what kind of lawyer you want to be. And I do believe lawyers have a very vital role to play in society. I always find that, if I've made a good point in a judgment, it's because of the fact that my eyes were opened by the lawyer who argued that case before me. So similarly applies to the judge. Are you going to be a judge? Years ago, a very distinguished colleague who was a senior of mine in the Bombay High Court told me that, look, you've just become a judge. And there are two choices before you. Do you want to become a judge who will be known for the number of cases that you disposed of, the statistic? Or do you want to be known as a judge for yourself of a person who tried to make a difference to society? The choice is yours.
How would you like, once your term is done, Chief Justice, for India to remember your legacy?
Well, that's for them to judge.
How would you like it to be?
I think for me, the bottom line of the work which we do is that no case is ever too big or ever too small. The smallest grievance of citizens has, I believe in my court, commanded the same respect as a very important constitutional issue which we decide. Because in the small cases which you decide, you touch the lives of human beings. In the important constitutional cases which you decide, you chart the future of Indian society. So there's a great amount to be, learned from every bit of the work which you do. There is this perception that why does the Supreme Court have to deal with so many small cases? You said that we have about 68,000 cases. There are actually 42,000 cases. 26,000 cases are what we call the connected matters, similar cases. So, when we group those cases, a bunch of cases gets disposed of. So the pendency is much less. So a lot of people say that why does the Supreme Court of India deal with such small cases of bail? That's one of the arguments which is, my answer is this: no case of bail is a small case because it deals with the personal liberty of a citizen. There are two models of justice which Supreme Courts across the world have adopted. Take the American Supreme Court. The American Supreme Court sits about 80 days in a year. They deal with about 180 cases. They pick out their cases. Our model, which the founding fathers of the Indian Constitution gave us, was a very different model. It was a model based on access to justice. It was a model which saw the transformation of a society from a colonial to an independent society. So when Dr. Ambedkar was drafting these clauses of the Constitution and the other members of the Constituent Assembly, they created a model where the Supreme Court would have its doors open and access to justice would be very broad. The problem with that is, of course, that you have this pendency of cases, but that's for good or bad. I think for the good, that's the model we've adopted.
There are quite a few people who think हमारे judges छुट्टी बहुत लेते हैं. The courts are shut for way too long, given especially the pendency. How do you respond to this general sense in society that judges are off for too long? And how do you think we can reduce pendency?
Okay. So I'm really thankful to you for asking me this question.
I thought you'd be angry with me for asking.
No, this really, it's a very serious issue and I must answer this as candidly as possible. People see us sitting in court from 10:30 to 4. We handle between 40 and 60 cases every day in the Supreme Court. The work which we do between 10:30 and 4 every day in the Supreme Court is a fraction of the work which we do. In order to be ready to deal with the other cases which are going to come up the next day, you spend an equal amount of time in the evenings reading for the next day. Our judgments are in reserve. So on Saturdays, typically every judge of the Supreme Court will sit down and dictate judgments. On Sunday, all of us sit down and read for Monday. So without exception, and I'm not speaking for myself, without exception, every judge of the Supreme Court works for 7 days in a week. When it comes to the holidays, look at what the other Supreme Courts of the world are doing. The American Supreme Court, I have the statistics here before me. The American Supreme Court would sit for, can I just take a second to give you
certainly.
Just give me a moment, just a moment.
See, I see you were expecting that curveball.
Yes. The American Supreme Court sits about 8 to 9 days in a month, annually 80 days, and don't sit for 3 months in a year. The Australian High Court sits about 2 weeks in a month, annually less than 100 days, no sittings for 2 months. Singapore sits for 145 days in a year. The UK almost the same as us. The Supreme Court of India sits for about 200 days every year. What people don't know is this, that most of the time in the vacation is spent on preparing judgments which you have kept in reserve, because you have just no time during the week when you are working 7 days just trying to keep ahead of the curve to deal with your cases. So vacation time is really time spent. The last vacation, the winter vacation, I was sitting with my 5 judicial clerks, keeping up on abreast on all the judgments which I had to deliver. Yes, at the end of it, in the summer vacation, you will get a week off with your family to travel. But another thing which we must bear in mind is judging is not about just disposing cases. It's not just about the statistic. It's about thinking through your cases. It's about reading the law, reading about where the law is going in other jurisdictions, thinking about where you want our society to be in terms of the output which you are going to produce. So unless you give your judges time to introspect, reflect, think about the work which you are going to do, you're not going to have quality of justice.
You know, you were saying that you're working even when you're on holiday. Your wife is sitting in the audience, and I could see she was nodding her head when you were saying that you're working even while on holiday. We're out of time, Chief Justice. I started by saying that you used to moonlight as a radio jockey in your 20s. You listen to the music of the lawyers during working hours. When you're back home, what music do you listen to?
I listen to a variety. I love on Indian classical. I'm a great fan of Kumar Gandharva, Gana Saraswati, Kishori Amonkar. But I love Western music as well. I'm a great fan of Bob Dylan. And on a difficult day to court, I also have my own collection of the ABBA, which I listen to.
Preparing for RBI Grade B examination and still struggling how to cover the syllabus, how to solve MCQ, and the most important thing, how to gain speed. Then this Sunday, Ecoholis is coming up with a live 2 hours workshop to solve all your queries. And this workshop is absolutely free. So make sure you click on the link to register on first come, first serve basis.
You also are fond of cricket. Do you get any chance to watch any of the matches? Do you have like a screen on?